Poate. Palangoala.
Hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. and we will start the meeting. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you for joining us for the first meeting of the International Network on Soil Pollution as part of the technical networks of the Global Soil Partnership of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. We are very happy to have you all here for this 3 days meeting. We will review the achievements done by the network since its creation last year, in April last year. We will have some presentations on the second day about key topics that relate to soil pollution and we need to address within the network. And on the last day, we will be discussing the activities that this network will do next year and also discuss about the governance of the network. You know, the network is composed by 6 action areas. We need people that lead the actions under this area, although the activities are a common objective, a common goal, and we will work together to achieve them. It's important to have some lead authors or some lead people that can take the activities forward. So with this, I thank you very much, everyone, for joining this meeting. I hope it will be an interesting and successful meeting, that we will achieve the objectives that we have set for this meeting, and that you feel committed and engaged to pursue the objective of this network. I'm waiting for the chair of the network to join. I still don't see him connected. But we have with us the Global Soil Partnership Secretary, Mr. Ronald Vargas, who will open the meeting with few words from his side on the importance of this network and encouraging your activities. Dear Ronald, please, you have the floor. You are mute, Ronald. Ronald, you are mute? You cannot unmute yourself, sorry. Just wait a second. Okay, now you should be able to unmute.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalia. Good day to everyone. And I'm really honored and glad to be part of this first meeting of the International Network on Soil Pollution. I think that this network is very important. I recall the time that this network was coming into launch last year. And the idea was really, do we need another network? That was the question, because in soil pollution, there are a number of networks and so forth. And we got a lot of, let's say, support and encouragement to launch this network, because we needed a UN framework, a neutral framework where we could have scientists, definitely, but also we could bring academia and some policy makers that can accompany in this important objective, which is to stop pollution, but if there is pollution, to try to see how to remediate and to mitigate the impacts. As FAO, we have started this journey on soil pollution in 2018 when we organized the Global Symposium on Soil Pollution. And then my colleagues, led by Natalia and many scientists around the world, made an effort to prepare the first ever global report on the status of soil pollution. From the symposium and the report, it was evident that there is a lot of work to do in understanding not only the drivers, but particularly the status of soil pollution around the world. And that has a real need, because we need to understand that pollution has real effects and impacts in not only the soil health, but the air, the water, and all this in human health. And that's why including soil pollution under the framework of One Health, is fundamental. Personally, and having been working on soils, well, all my life, and in the GSP since establishment, I consider soil pollution as the #1 threat and the #1 problem that we all need to be really working towards addressing it. Because if there is an issue, in one side we have productivity. We want our soils to be productive and food security, which is crucial. In the other side, you have all the impact of our actions when trying to produce more, because sometimes we move away from the sustainable soil management, and that means that we are leaving in our soils all type of pollutants, and they are really a threat to our health and to our environment. So I think about the people that can be eating or drinking water where there are pollutants in, but we don't know because information is not publicly available. Therefore, it is my real hope that this network will contribute to achieving the plan of action of the Global Symposium on Soil Pollution, where clear actions were identified, and we will really try to prevent, and that's why awareness raising is fundamental, but also if we need to know where pollution is taking place, and for this we need to have approaches, standards, and standard operating procedures for analyzing contaminants, which in many soil laboratories around the world are not present. And then we need to go to the part of remediation, and bioremediation, of course, constitute a very important element. So we really need to try to hit prevention, understanding, assessing and mapping, and then trying to give solutions. I think this network can contribute to this because we need neutral science behind that. And all these activities should be based on this evidence. It is really timely that this network is launching its first meeting and then activities, because the world needs it more than ever. And we really trust you all will be helping us towards this common objective. I really wish you success in this first meeting, but particularly in the activities that the network will take place and the impact, and hopefully positive one, that we all humanity will receive from it. I thank you very much in advance for your commitment to join these actions, and we all will appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you very much, Ronald, for being with us today for the opening of this important meeting. We excuse you because we know you have a very pretty busy agenda this week, but thank you for joining us and for your encouraging words. Before we start with the two items that we have for today, I would like to invite my colleague Sergejus.Ustinov to welcome you also for this meeting, as he is the coordinator of the network. So Sergejus.
Yes, Natalia, good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to Asia and Australia. It's my pleasure and honor to see you all here, joining the International Network on Soil Pollution first meeting. I wish all of us a very successful meeting today, because as Ronald and Natalia emphasized, it's quite important that we come up with the activities and plan that we will work for the next year or two, even so, because the tasks that we would like to achieve are quite ambitious to do. Just to show you the agenda for today. So we're going to start now with the recap of what is INSOP mission, what the goals and what is the structure of the network. Then I will present on the ongoing activities such as the technical guidelines development. And then we have our guest speakers joining us from FAO Ukraine to address war pollution in different countries with specific case scenario in Ukraine. My colleague also from FAO GSP will talk about cadmium, specifically how heavy metals, cadmium, found in fertilizers impact soil health and leads to soil pollution. And then we'll conclude with our guest speaker, Mr. Sasha Hart, from our external partners, Nicole and Ecos, talking about reducing soil pollution risks in agricultural system, presenting our project that was going on in South America and the Caribbean countries. And with this respect, we would like to start our presentations. Natalia, I'm not sure if our chair has joined us.
He hasn't joined us, but before we start, I would like to give some housekeeping rules. Please remember that this is and we want this to be as interactive as possible meeting. So I will now allow you to unmute, but please only unmute whenever you raise your hand and whenever the floor is given to you, and keep the microphone muted so we can listen all the presentations. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. The recording and all the presentations, as well as the report of this meeting with the agreements that we reached on the last day, we will share with all of you through email, but everything will be also available online on the INSOP website. Just be with us and give us maybe a couple of weeks to prepare the report and have everything uploaded, but you will have access to everything that that will be shared this week. Yes, whenever you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. You just need to go to the reaction button that you have on the lower part of your Zoom screen and raise your hand. And you can also use the questions and answer chat box that you have available there as well to post any question. We will be here the whole 3 days trying to motivate the discussion, to facilitate the discussion, and to provide any answer to the questions you may have. So with this, I don't see Ravi yet. So Sergejus, could you please continue with the first
Natalia, Ravi is actually here, but for some reasons he joined under my name. So if you can, yes, he just typed my name. I don't know why is it so, but he's because here online.
Yeah, because you shared your link with him. So Ravi.
That's right.
Yes. Welcome. Welcome, Ravi. You can now unmute yourself and give some welcoming words to the participants and start with your presentation. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and thank you very much, Ronald, for joining us and for your opening remarks as well. To all the participants, my sincere apologies. My calendar, for some reason, had 9 p.m. start time, and therefore had just gone for my normal run at 7 p.m. and just got back from my run. So my apologies. Now, Sergejus, are you going to upload the presentation?
Yes, I will do that in a second.
While you do that, to all the delegates, can I thank you all for joining us tonight for the first day of 3-day conference symposium when we present to you INSOP, particularly last 12 months, what we have been up to, and also looking ahead where we wish to be in the next 12 months as well. At the outset, I would like to recognize the contributions made by Sergejus and also Natalia. For a lot of the work that we have done, it is really them who has provided us the support and indeed leadership in a number of fronts as well. So thank you, Sergejus, thank you, Natalia, and thank you also, Ronald, from your for your support. This presentation that we have, INSOP, International Network on Soil Pollution, it's going to, as I mentioned, present to you what it is, how it fits in with the global soil network that we have, and the initial milestones and the status of these, and looking ahead as well. But what we also want to do is, when we start the presentation, I just want to take you through a couple of definitions so that we know where we come from when we talk about contaminants and where we talk about pollution. And these definitions, as you'll see from here, is from UN Statistical Division, 1997. And indeed, there are a number of us who are present today might differ, particularly with the definition of contaminants and background concentrations. And needless to say that definitions also very much depend on where people come from. So contaminant definition is presence of chemical or biological contaminants in the soil. So to note, it's not just chemicals, but biological contaminants as well. And a contaminant, often we get confused with contaminant and pollution. Contaminant is a substance or compound or chemical element which is present in the soil as a result of human activity, anthropogenic activity, and at a concentration that exceeds natural background concentrations. Needless to say that there are plenty of places where background concentrations are high enough, resulting in both ecological and human health impacts, and therefore we need to take that into consideration as well. Pollution, on the other hand, is presence of contaminants in the soil whose nature, location, and quantity is likely to produce undesirable effects in the environment or human health. UN Statistical Division 997 definition. And the presence of contaminants does not necessarily mean that it poses risk. It very much depends on bioavailability, environmental fate, duration of exposure, and also risk assessment and quantification. So those are the definitions that underpin the work that INSOP is all about. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Now, when we look at pollution, for example, there are many different activities that could lead to generation of pollutants or contaminants that can lead to the pollution of the environment. On the one hand, we have agricultural activities, we have industrial activities, mining, for example, oil production, nuclear activity, and so on. But when you look at the proportionate contribution, agricultural activities appear to be the major source. And according to Greg Boto, 2019, it contributes 23% globally towards soil and water pollution. Now, that's a lot when you look at, quite significant when you look at the contribution from agricultural activities. And agriculture means also food security. And therefore, we need to see from INSOP perspective how we could assess, monitor, and manage contaminants relating to agricultural activities. Next, please. And the figure on the right-hand side is FAO 2018, and you can see that soil pollution is central. And you can also note the number of different activities, sources that contribute towards soil pollution. On the one hand, pesticides that used varyingly but in different countries, quite a lot in some, not so much in others, but they all lead to a loading of pesticides in the environment. There's amendments with solid waste, livestock waste, irrigation with water quality over fertilization, and hence cadmium is one of the pollutants there, irrigation with untreated water, and these collectively lead to loading of pollutants in agricultural soils. Now, the presence of these pollutants, it could lead in some instances, for example, phytotoxicity and therefore reduced yield. In many instances, in all cases, it can impact food quality, for instance, and hence food security, water quality, and also both of these can lead to human health issues as well. And that's another reason why we are very focused on seeing how we could minimize contribution of pollutants from these different sources in agricultural soils. Next, please. Facts and figures, there are more than 350,000 chemicals that are released into the environment. Needless to say, from US Department of Health, there's another 2,000 new chemicals that are released annually. So there's quite a lot, more than 10 million, there are more than 10 million potentially contaminated sites worldwide. And if you are familiar with WHO report, there's almost 13 million deaths per year, of which 7 million is linked to air pollution. And indeed, if you look at the figure on the right, for example, soil pollution, you'll note that soil pollution impacts ecosystem services by impacting biogeochemical cycling plus other processes within the soil. And hence, there is strong evidence that pollution poses a major threat to the provision of ecosystem services by soils. And ecosystem services is also, it also means nearly 4 times the GNP of any country. So there's quite a massive impact that we need to manage from presence of chemicals in the environment. Next slide, please. In 2017, UNEA3, it's a decision-making body of UNEP. They stated that the soil pollution must be addressed if the 2013 Sustainable Development Goal is to be achieved. Now, if you look at this, the meeting was attended by 173 environment ministries from 173 countries, and they all agreed and signed the document. But they recognize that soil pollution is a hidden reality. You don't see it in water or soil or air, for example, but its impact is quite severe. Those of you who are not aware, familiar with this report, requesting Sergejus to see whether he can include the link in the chat so you could read. That's quite a comprehensive report. They are international recognition of soil pollution as a global threat. Next, please. In recognition of the threat, the UNFAO launched Global Soil Partnership, and this was a mechanism to develop a single, strong voice on soil issues and improve collaboration between all stakeholders. This was recognized that unless we collaborate, cooperate, and do things together, we won't be able to deliver what we could otherwise. And the common goal was to improve soil governance and promote a sustainable soil management, and also the recognition that GSP could also provide liaison between policymakers, academia, land users, the private sector, and civil society, and decisions to be taken at government and UN levels as well. All in all, it recognizes that there's a need for collaboration between these different sectors as well. And you will see on the left-hand side the various reports, for example, and voluntary guidelines and code of conduct relating to this GSP, Global Soil Partnership. Next, please. The Global Soil Partnership also led to the production of Global Assessment of Soil Pollution report. It led to 106 responses from 75 countries, and you'd note from here that there's 53 contributors and 17 companies, and also 40 members of the editorial boards. Quite a comprehensive report, and again, you could download this report and see the challenges, all about the challenges that contaminants pose to the environment and human health as well. Next, please. For GSP to deliver the mission that we had, the vision that we had of zero pollution, it led to the launch of the International Network on Soil Pollution, which was launched in April 2022. As mentioned, it focuses on minimizing soil pollution and achieving the global goal of zero pollution. And this is not the only network that UNFAO has launched. On the right, you can see that there's a number of other networks that has been launched, and INSOP actually interacts, collaborates, cooperates with these different networks as well, and more on this will be presented later. Now, INSOP is about not just point source contamination, but diffuse contamination. Where diffuse contamination is concerned, we look at broad acre farming systems. Here we have low dose of pollutants spread over large areas. We can't remove the soil. We can't extract pollutants. we have to see naturally how we can use natural management strategies to manage pollutants present in farmed soils. And these are not about just conventional contaminants, emergent contaminants as well. Next slide, please. So what is the network? This network focuses on providing international forum for the dissemination of knowledge on soil pollution. It's about exchanging good practices, practical and scientific knowledge, and innovative solutions for managing polluted soils in a sustainable manner. And it's looking at interdisciplinary cooperative links, as mentioned earlier, bringing together academia, civil society, owners of contaminated sites in the private sector, and also policymakers. And in doing so, be able to strengthen technical and technological capacities through coordination among existing networks as well. So it's quite a powerful network in trying to achieve what it does, but it can only deliver this, as mentioned earlier, by collaborating and cooperating with other networks and globally as well. Next, please. The mission that we have for INSOP is to support and facilitate joint efforts towards reducing the risks of soil pollution and to minimize and prevent as well. And if we look at how it's going to do that, it's going to do this by providing international forums. So it draws international know-how in the generation and dissemination of knowledge in soil pollution, promotion and exchange of practical and scientific knowledge and ideas of managing polluted soils, to be able to establish links between the various sectors as mentioned earlier, and also leading then to the strengthening of technical and technological capacities. And therefore, INSOP to a very large extent relies on members of INSOP providing support, providing us and allowing us their networks so we can draw onto them and draw information from them and come up with the knowledge that we need to manage soil pollution. Next, please. The areas of work that we have, as you note on the right-hand side, there are 6 areas of work that's all aligned to how you assess contaminated site. Once we know that, how do you map contamination, and then to see how we can monitor and regulate. And here we recognize that whereas for site contamination, often you lead to complete remediation. For diffuse pollution, we have to monitor and regulate. It's about sustainability and remediation once we know the risk is there. And then it's about managing and minimizing contaminant uptake by food, so you have the right food quality, and also to see the pollutant soil-water interaction and how we minimize that as well. So in summary, then INSOP works to improve knowledge, a full cycle of soil pollution from assessment all the way to remediation as well. And therefore, it's a one-stop shop, and it's also about human health and provision of soil ecosystem services, functions and services. Next, please. The INSOP governance, you'll see that the chair of INSOP and Dr. Daihao is the deputy chair or vice chair of INSOP, and excellent secretarial support coordinator in Sergejus.Ustinov. And we have 6 working groups that are linked to 6 areas, as mentioned in the previous slide. We have Dr. Ahmed Mahdevi, who is the chair of the assessment working group. And then we have 5 other working groups. We are looking to elect chairs of these 5 working groups. And if you look at the four people who are on this slide, they're all males, and myself and the rest of the team, we're looking for gender as well. And hopefully we are inviting you to send your CVs such that we can work through your CVs and go through election process on Thursday as well. So the 5 working areas are mapping, monitoring, remediation, food quality, soil and water. So up to this slide, it was all about what INSOP is. So going forward, next slide. Next slide, please. So what are some of the INSOP current activities? INSOP is working on a report guidance document that focuses on technical guidelines on soil pollution. And this will be technical manual on assessing, mapping, monitoring, and reporting polluted soils. We're hoping to deliver this fairly soon. It's ongoing. We are working with Glossalan, one of the other FAO networks that focuses on standard operating procedures. And the first one is review. It's a heavy metals standard operating procedure. And here we are looking at total metal concentration. How do you assess that in soils? So metals in the first instance, and then we'll expand to other pollutants as well. Working on project development on restoring affected soils. So a number of countries, and we will have a couple of case examples here. And here we are on the one hand, looking at strengthening the capacities of nations to assess and restore war-affected soil health, and then to see how we can deliver that. We also focused on small island developing states, and here again we are looking at what are the major threats that they see apart from climate change and pollution and other threats, and see how we can strengthen capacities of SIDS to prevent soil pollution and promote nature-based remediation technologies. The fourth activity is the initiation to assess the distribution of heavy metals in mineral and organic fertilizers in close relationship with INFA, one of the other networks, and this is going forward smoothly as well. And here we're looking at advocacy of improved regulation and protection of soil from fertilizer pollution. And the last activity that we have been working on is reducing soil pollution risks in agricultural systems. And here this is completed a case study of cadmium in cocoa beans from Trinidad and Tobago. And we're looking at conceptual site model development and environmental and human health risks and recommended practices. This work is completed, and this report will be presented to you later today. Next, please. Going forward, we also we also participate in a number of conferences. Myself, Deho, and also from UN FAO. We take opportunities to see which conferences that we can participate in and what contributions we can make towards these conferences as well. You can see that quite a number of conferences where we have been, and this is also about developing networks, and through networks getting to have people contribute towards INSOP as well. So fairly busy year for INSOP last 12 months. And we're looking forward to continuing activities in a similar manner going forward as well. Next slide, please. So collaboration, as mentioned, we have a number of networks linked to Global Soil Partnership. Glossalan is all about methods. It's about harmonizing standard operating procedures for soil contaminants, and we will be working on creation of the list of priority contaminants. INSEE is International Network of Soil Information Institutions, and here we'll be working with INSEE for the development of soil pollution maps and spatial data sets as well on distribution of polluted soils. Collaboration with NETSOP, which is the Sustainable Use and Management of Soil Biodiversity for remediation of management of contaminated soils. Here we are looking at naturally how plants can help us do this. INFA, this is about standard operating procedures for sustainability and remediation for phosphate fertilizers, largely linked to cadmium. Soil Doctors program is an exciting one. Here we are training on prevention and mitigation of soil pollution, and farmers are engaged with this as well. And it's about sampling soils and how those soils could be transferred to central nodes where we can analyze those soils as well. And INSOP Nicole, about reducing soil pollution risks in agricultural systems, a case study that's already been completed, and this will be presented as mentioned earlier as well. And there are other networks we are collaborating with as well. Next slide, please. When you look at INSOP members, the 800 members from 90 countries. Just on the right-hand side, if you look at the chart there, we have Asia. 33% of members are from Asia, 32% from Europe and Eurasia, and then ranging from anywhere from 2.9 in North America to about 17% in sub-Saharan. But then when you look at who those people are, the largest is from educational institution, second is research organizations, from government, from policymakers' perspective, and there are farmers, consultants, and others as well. We're very keen to more than double members, and therefore members who are participating today, we encourage you to see how you can encourage those who are not members in your institutions to join INSOP as well. We'd like to grow INSOP, and in doing so, being able to use the network that we're creating to deliver excellence from INSOP mission perspective as well. Next, please. So upcoming activities that we have been looking into, and this is not confirmed. This is something which we'll discuss on Thursday, and seek your input as well as to what we need to go forward with. On the one hand, we are looking at capacity building on contamination assessment and monitoring. How do we create the database of global soil pollution based on voluntary reporting? Where countries working on soil pollution, we could create database, for instance. How do we develop standard protocols for designing and setting up soil pollution monitoring points, underlying monitoring points, and standard protocols? Report of country-level regulatory thresholds for soil pollution. Different countries have different regulatory thresholds, and therefore we need to pull this together. And the reason why different countries would have different regulatory thresholds is also to a very large extent because body mass index of people in different countries can vary, and therefore it could lead to different regulatory thresholds from human health perspective. Case studies of nature-based solutions for soil remediation, farmers' awareness brochure for soil cadmium and pesticide pollution, and also standard operating procedures, SOPs for measuring leaching potential of soil pollutants. And of course, most of us use either Dutch or US EPA guidelines. Australia has its own, but then that's largely for inorganic contaminants, not for organic contaminants, and something like PFAS. And this is worth discussing and seeing how we can move forward with that as well. I invite you to join INSOP now. You can see that QR code is there. I'll give you a minute to use your mobile phone, please, and click onto that so you can join if you're not already a member of INSOP. Thank you. So we'll move forward to the next slide now.
I see Bernd is trying to scan the QR code, so just give him a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Bernd, you okay? Okay, I see Bernd is finished. Okay.
Thanks, Sergejus.
By the way, we're just going to give you the link after this presentation in case you want to join and be part of the INSOP membership.
And I also thank the team that I have here, INSOP Vice Chair and Daiho. INSOP coordinator, as I mentioned, Sergejus, have been excellent in providing the drive that we need. And INSOP assessment group leader and Dr. Ahmed Madavi, I want to see more of him. And indeed, Natalia, who is also being one of the drivers of INSOP. So that concludes my presentation. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to respond to questions. And my apologies yet again for being a few minutes late.
Thank you very much, Ravi, and don't worry. We know that this happens sometimes. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I think you have guided us very well on what is INSOP, how it was created, and what has been done so far. And also in your last slide, you show some proposals that we will discuss on the third day of this meeting. I will just want to remind everyone that on the third day, we will have an in-depth discussion open to everyone, so you can there share your comments, suggestions on what this network should be working, because basically this network is working with and for all of you. So you are also invited to provide ideas, suggestions on what the network needs to do. I see there is a hand from Claudia. I want to make this meeting as participative as possible, so I would like her to ask the question. Claudia, you now.
Yeah, hi. So I'm quite happy to hear about the INSOP, and get my full support, of course. My question is, the idea is actually to move forward by developing projects or by also opening channels for discussions like we're having here and of important topics that are being discussed worldwide, or also to divide in chapters per se, where we can discuss problems that are regional and try to tackle them. So because these are different approaches for the same problem, and sometimes we can help better if we focus the line of development of actions. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And before you stop talking, can you please tell us your organization, your affiliation, so we get to know you?
Yes, so I'm a soil ecotoxicologist. I work as a past chair for the CTAC Global Soil Interest Group.
Great, thank you very much, Claudia, for your question. Before I gave the floor again to Ravi for address your question, I would like to clarify a little bit what the Global Soil Partnership is and what is our main role. So as part of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the first mandate of the Global Soil Partnership is to support member countries to improve their capacities to protect, conserve, and manage soil sustainably, and to improve soil governance. Within this big mandate, then there are several approaches that we follow to support countries. One of the first things we do is to develop knowledge products, as the reports that Ravi mentioned in his presentation, just to make the problems on soils or the threats to soil health visible to everyone. So policymakers, civil society can understand what is the soil and what are the problems and how to manage soil sustainably. So this is one of the lines that we follow. But we also have projects on the ground. Recently, we have started to move from this consolidation of knowledge, awareness raising, because last year the Global Soil Partnership celebrated its 10th anniversary. So the first phase was this consolidation of the network, bringing everyone together, awareness, raising awareness on the importance of soils, and now we are moving into the ground and passing all the knowledge that has been developed and has been gathered to farmers and societies and policymakers. So we are now also in this phase of developing projects to act on the ground. And this you will hear a little bit more later in the presentation that we have today. So you will see also how this move forward in countries. Ravi, I don't know if you want to complement a little bit the response.
Natalia, I think you have really addressed it really well. So there's nothing more I need to add to that. You've been excellent.
Thank you, Ravi. I see two more hands, and then we stop here and we continue, because I'm sure some of the questions you have will be responded with the next presentation. So next speaker is Ashish Kumar Mishra. Please introduce yourself first, and then you can ask your question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashish. I am based in Mumbai, India. We have recently moved to farming. I'm also a Safe Soil volunteer from Isha Foundation. So I run a local group where we are also trying to educate people around soil pollution and how saving soil will, affect our livelihoods and all. So my question was more around, I went to the website sometime back. I saw there are collaborators and supporters, but in India, there are not much supporters or promoters in this program. So what are some of the things I can do to educate people on the ground, and what support is available from INSOP is my basic question.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question, and Ravi, please allow me to respond, although we will deal with this question in the next days. But actually, within the Global Soil Partnership, we have the Global Soil Doctors Program. So basically, this is a farmer-to-farmer training program that aims to bring all this knowledge on soil, on prevention of pollution, on proper management of fertilizers, etc., directly to the farmers and for them to be able to share this knowledge with other farmers. And now INSOP is starting to collaborate with this Global Soil Doctors Program to develop more materials, educational materials, so this knowledge can also be transferred to farmers. As I said, we will discuss this on the third day of the meeting, so I invite you to continue participating in the meeting. So on the third day, you can join this group that will be develop the educational materials for farmers, because I'm sure your expertise and your knowledge will be very valuable for this activity.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And there is one last hand before we move. So Shaukat Ali Shah, please introduce yourself. Shaukat? Okay, it seems there may be some connection problems. Okay, so with this, thank you very much, Ravi, for the presentation and for being a great lead of the network over this year. Now we move into item 2 for today's meeting, and we will have some reports under this item on the activities that has been going on during this year. The first meeting will be provided by the coordinator of the International Network on Soil Pollution, my colleague Sergejus.Ustinov, who is also part of the Global Soil Partnership Secretariat here in Rome. And he will brief us on the status of the technical guidelines on assessing, mapping, monitoring, and reporting on soil pollution. That actually we started this activity a long time ago. I must say, we started it almost in 2019, if I recall. Unfortunately, we couldn't continue with the activity for some time because of different reasons, but now I'm happy to see all the progress that has been done, and probably we will be able to publish these important guidelines this year. So Sergejus, now you have the floor, please go ahead.
Thank you, Natalia, for this introduction. I hope you can see my screen in the full mode presentation. Please confirm.
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, thank you very much for attending this meeting. I see the numbers growing, and I hope that will remain for the next 3 days, even higher, because indeed soil pollution is quite an important topic. My name is Sergejus.Ustinov, as was introduced. I'm the INSOP coordinator based here in Rome, and I've been with the GSP over the last 1.5 years. And I'm looking forward to promote and work with all of you at the INSOP and combat and reduce soil pollution globally. As Ravi pointed out in his previous presentation, there are many current activities that are still ongoing or else completed. And one of them is the finalization of technical guidelines on soil pollution. Yes, indeed, Natalia mentioned that this task was started 4 years ago, if from 2019, but wasn't completed. But let's admit that it's quite challenging. We're taking this task responsibly and seriously. And I'm happy to deliver the progress that has been done over the last 12 months that has been done in developing these guidelines. As you can recall from the name of the guidelines, it's guidelines on soil pollution assessment, mapping, monitoring, and reporting soil pollution. Therefore, you can see from the graph that it encompasses many working areas of the network that we're focusing on here. The guidance itself will focus on how to build a conceptual site model for soil pollution. It will explain the different sampling strategy and techniques that are available to sample soil pollution. It will show, list, and explain different methodologies to map polluted sites, how to carry out environmental risk assessment, how to monitor soil pollution and polluted soils, and finally, how to report soil pollution and communicate risks to the wider public and the government. Therefore, the aim of these guidelines is to navigate technicians, stakeholders, governments, and in a decision-making process in order to identify and assess the contaminated soils and take the best management decision and practices. As can be seen, our audience is as wide as possible. That's our aim. However, we would like also to put the attention to for technical people who are going to read these guidelines and who would like to implement and establish soil pollution mechanisms in their country, but also farmers. Farmers are widely facing soil pollution on an everyday basis, and therefore we would like to attract farmers to read these guidelines in a not very scientifically based language, so it will be understandable to as many people as possible. The guidelines itself will not only focus on agricultural sites, but also on forestry, on urban area, and on protected land uses. Now, as can be seen from this table here, the guidelines consist of the following 7 chapters. All rows that are highlighted in the green color means that the guidelines or the chapter has been already written or developed. And the next step for it is to review. We will be looking for reviewing panelists who will help us to review, to provide their comments for improvements or for further additions. All rows that are in white, and that is soil pollution conceptual site model, environmental risk assessment, monitoring, and communicating and reporting soil pollution risks, are still ongoing and still in the process of development that will be finalized this year. Just to give you an example of what we're doing here at the environmental risk assessment of soil pollution, perhaps one of the most complicated and the biggest chapter within the guidelines is that we would like to guide risk assessors and stakeholders in the decision-making process of how to carry out environmental risk assessment. I'm highlighting this, that we were quite ambitious at the beginning to put both human health and environmental risk assessment from soil pollution. However, it was decided later that we're going to encompass both of these factors. The guidelines will be finished with a book of couple volumes if we want to encompass everything, and therefore we decided to focus just on environmental risk assessment. The chapter itself, the chapter framework itself, was inspired by the previously developed frameworks that are already existing and widely practiced, such as the RIVM and the Netherlands risk assessment, the US EPA and the Canadian EPA on environmental risk assessment. Therefore, we ourselves at the FAO and the network, we're not creating something new and miracle. No, we're just gathering existing information that is already widely practiced and developing our own framework or the guidelines on how to do the risk assessment. It will consist of 2 tiers and 2 weight of evidence approaches. Which weight of evidence approach to take for you will be dictated by the availability of analytical facilities or equipment that you have, as well as the knowledge. If you have analytical facilities, equipment, and economic conditions that allow you to do scientifically quantitative assessment, we will describe and guide you of how to carry out this assessment in a quantitative way. However, if you do not have those analytical capabilities or you're limited with resources, then the guidelines will explain and guide you on how to carry out environmental risk assessment in a qualitative manner. Soil pollution monitoring, for example, is another chapter that we're still developing. For us, soil pollution monitoring is all about the indicators that you're going to use. And therefore, we decided to core and structure our chapter in a way of describing indicators, soil indicators that are widely used in soil pollution monitoring. Those indicators are split into chemical, physical, and biological indicators. The brackets, the number you see in the brackets is the number of indicators that we're describing within the chapter. So that will be the core of the chapter, as well as we would like to include and show you successful case study of soil pollution monitoring that is widely used and implemented and harmonized across different countries. So just in a nutshell about the technical guidelines and how can you contribute, because obviously we need to have your involvement in that. Well, there are 2 options for you to contribute. First one is to be included in the review panelist. Specifically for those chapters that are already finished, we will open the call for review panels. Actually, it's already opened. And we will ask you to be and participate as a reviewing author of the chapter and give your feedback and comments for further improvements and for the green light of publication. If you're not interested in reviewing panelists, well, perhaps you will be interested to be the co-author of the last chapter that is still needs to be developed, and that is communicating and reporting soil pollution to the wider audience. This chapter has been started, but we're still far from completing it. And therefore, if you have any knowledge or experience in this topic, we highly advise you to contact us, specifically drop an email to me, and we will formulate the group of co-authors on a voluntary basis who will wish to contribute to the publication. The first one, let's come back to the review panelists. Last year, we launched the poll or the survey among our members who wish to participate and be included in the review panelist. So far, we already have more than about 56 participants who will be the panelists in the reviewing of those chapters, but we still haven't started the review. But for those chapters that are already completed, I will open the call and make a meeting with the panelists and explain what needs to be done for those 3 chapters. So my colleague Natalia in the chat box will now share the link with you. If you wish to be included in the review panelist, please fill out the survey and tick the box which of the following chapters you would like to be included in the review panelist, as your contribution is highly appreciated. Or finally, if you would like to develop the communication chapter, please feel free to contact me. Finally, I would like to thanks a lot to all lead authors and co-authors, and specifically those that are here, your contribution over the last 12 months and the progress in environmental risk assessment, soil pollution mapping, monitoring, and conceptual site model development of the technical guideline drove us to significantly to complete this task in the near future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for my side. If you have any questions related to this topic, please do not hesitate to drop an email to me or put your question in the QA box. Unfortunately, because of the time constraint, I don't think we're going to spend 10 minutes on the questions, but we'll be happy to address all the questions that you have in the QA or in a private email correspondence. That's it for me. Natalia, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge. So I see there is one hand raised and also one question on the chat, so you can have a look at the chat first while I allow Ahmad to also say a few words on this working group. Try to unmute yourself, Ahmad, now. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Naidu and Sergejus. And as I see, and I followed the Professor Naidu and Sergejus, the program of the work, when we are talking of soil pollution, and if we consider just agriculture, we have to give more role to pesticides, part of the pollution. It was not mentioned in some parts that it was supposed to be, except one slide that Professor Naidu at first generally as a soil pollutant. So I think it's one of most important, if we talk about soil pollution, it's mostly related to agricultural, I think. And then if we look at that, then pesticides have to have more places. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. Yeah, actually, as you may know, FAO has been working on pesticides for the last 30 years under another division, but still we are collaborating with them and see what else needs to be done related to soil pollution caused by pesticides. So it's a hot topic for the network. And thank you for bringing your expertise on this as well. I see another hand from Bayan. Please introduce yourself first, and then you can ask your question.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you very much for this interesting meeting. I'm really glad to be part of this meeting. And Mr. Sergio, really a great presentation, and I'm really happy to see ongoing work into developing this document. My name is Bayan Atame. I'm working as a soil section manager in Abu Dhabi Environment Agency, and I'm really glad to be part of this team. My question is, does the document, let's say, include development of a specific screening levels, or let's say guidelines to assess the level of contamination against? If yes, were they, let's say based on land use, or what was the base of developing these limits or these guidelines? And if you included, let's say, a guidelines for protected areas, and by the end, really, this is my question, and by the end, we would really would be more than happy to share, let's say, our experience in monitoring soil contamination here in Abu Dhabi. We have comprehensive soil quality monitoring program, more than 600 sites monitored all over Abu Dhabi Emirate, covering industrial, residential, agricultural activities to assess the impact of anthropogenic activities coming from these main, let's say, man-made activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bayan. That's a very important question, and I'm very glad to see you here in this meeting. In fact, your experience in monitoring soil pollution in Abu Dhabi state will be very valuable input for our guideline as a case study specifically. We'll be very happy to discuss that with you in a separate meeting and in touch. Regarding the screening values, Tali, if I'm not mistaken, we already included some of those screening values in the previous guidelines of soil pollution. Within the technical guidelines that we're about to develop, we will include screening values that are available and widely in Europe, for example, but they're basically available online. We give this an example and kind of as a guidelines where you have to go through and find additional information on. We're not going to go in details of describing and concentrating on them, but yes, relying on SSVs, if they are available, is the first option when you carry out environmental risk assessment for different land uses, mostly agricultural soil, because those SSVs that are available, they are for agricultural soil. I'm not sure if Ravi or do you want to complement something on that side?
Ravi has
yes. Yes.
Andres?
Unmute. Thanks very much, Serge, and thanks, Natalia. Just a very quick response to Ahmad, just for him to note that pesticide is not something which we're not considering. It is pretty much included amongst other contaminants as well in agricultural activities. So it's pretty much focused on that. And also I was very keen to note from Bayan that she is doing quite a bit of work on monitoring, and indeed I would love to connect with her to see how we can draw that into INSOP mapping system database as well. That's all from me. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Ravi. And just one last comment for the last question. Yeah, actually, we are not developing for the moment new guidance values or new threshold values, because as you know, this is very, it's in many cases, it depends on policies, it depends on site-specific conditions. So it's very difficult to develop global guiding values, no, for soils, basically due to the intrinsic variability of soils, but it was included as one of the activities for the network when it was launched, because many participants at the launch of the network were pointing out that this was an important topic that the network should address. Probably we will need to think on having regionalized threshold values and not global values, because it makes more sense. So yeah, I think it's something we will discuss on the third day if we want to start working on this. So yeah, please.
You're so right, Natalia. threshold values can vary. And I was in a meeting only last week, the US EPA, where we discussed threshold values and how it varies with body mass index of people in different countries. And hence the reason why we wish to discuss that on Thursday as well, to see how we can move this forward.
Thank you, Ravi. Okay, I have one more hand and then we need to move, otherwise we will be a bit late. So Dr. Hashid Najib.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you now.
Hello everyone. Myself Dr. Hashid Najib Malik from Pakistan. I am working in UK US project that you know that based on the intercropping. My question is, first of all, what kind of help this organization to promote intercropping in Pakistan? And if we not use inorganic fertilizers in Pakistani fields, then we cannot achieve annual crop rate in the especially in Pakistan as well as India as well as Bangladesh. So what is the solution in this time to achieve annual crop production rate without using the inorganic fertilizer?
Okay, Ravi or Sergejus, you want to address this question? I would say that the Global Soil Partnership does not promote to move completely away from synthetic fertilizer. In some cases and in some countries, depending on the capacities of the soil or the inherent fertility of the soil, there is no other way. But of course, we also promote the use of alternative nutrient sources, such as biofertilizers, just managing organic matter in the soil. And this is also part of the activities of other networks. You will hear later on from my colleague that represents the International Network on Fertilizer Analysis and about soil fertility. We will discuss a bit more later. So I'm sure your question will be addressed later on. I would like to stop here because otherwise I'm not very good with time management. So I will stop here and we move to the next item. Thank you very much for the questions. And the next presentation is from Ms. Tiffany and Lucas from FAO Ukraine. And she will present us the ongoing project that they have in the country that relates to water pollution and the activities that they are doing to demand, map, and assess the military affected areas in Ukraine. And this is, we have invited this speaker because the network has identified as war affected areas one of the priorities we want to work on, not only Ukraine, but many other countries in the world that are now affected or have been affected by military activities in the past. So we need to address this important problem. So now, Tiffany, I think you have co-host rights, so you should be able to unmute and share your presentation. Thank you for being with us today.
Great, thanks a lot, colleague. I will share my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, please just put presentation mode.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And if you can share, change the, because now we see the speaker view, not the full presentation. Display setting. Yeah, let's change.
1 second. Okay, I think.
You need to share your screen again because you stopped sharing.
Yeah, I'm trying to solve the issue. Okay, I think this should work now. Okay, let me know.
Yes, perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay,
Thank
great. Okay, great. So thanks a lot, colleagues. Today, we will present you the initiative that has been launched jointly by FAO and the World Food Programme in Ukraine. The initiative is called Restoring Livelihoods and Revitalizing Rural Communities Affected by Mines and Explosive Remnants of War. It concentrates in Kharkiv Oblast in the east of the country. Which has been heavily affected by the military activities of 2022 and further. The project started in March. It has a different objective that I will present to you. It's an emergency project, which means that for now, the project will last until next year, April. As I mentioned, this is a partnership between FAO, the World Food Programme, and a mine action organization. Obviously, our concern is the food security region-wise, nation-wise, as well as potential issues related to food safety if we speak about contamination. One important aspect of contamination in the country, we have to pay attention to the terminology, because in Ukraine, the military situation tends to bring terminology to a security dimension, and contamination for militaries and for the mine action actors means contamination with unexploded ordnance. This means that the common language considers that a mine is decontaminated or uncontaminated after it has been cleared of UXO and remnant of wars, which is not the case for us agronomists and specialists of soils. So here we will adopt our own terminology. So quickly about the situation, the Ministry of Agriculture estimates that 25% of Ukraine's cultivated areas cannot be sown due to the war, and that more than 10 million farmers need mine action service, meaning urgent demining of their lands. The needs and the demand for demining is enormous. Demining is an extremely costly operation. There will never be enough equipment and resources to cover the entirety of needs. Our work and our attention with the World Food Programme is to establish a methodology to prioritize the needs for mine action with a focus on production, meaning agricultural production. So we are creating a multi-dimensional methodology that allows us to present what we see as a priority from the agricultural production perspective. This consists in a mapping, a multi-layer mapping on the basis of remote sensing, which includes the parameters that are related to, let's say, the impact itself of the war on the soil, so bomb turbation, the estimated contamination, the compaction from vehicle movement, as well as parameters related to the watersheds and the river networks. So to estimate the potential risk of systemic contamination of groundwaters. Why this? Because we would like to work primarily on we would like also to include as a priority the lands that have a leaching potential that could indeed represent a risk of diffusion of the contamination itself. We added to this multi-dimensional mapping dimensions related to the farmers themselves. To add a dimension that would be related to the fact that the farmer would be affected at a level of 20% of his lands, 50% of his lands, so that this parameter, this socio-economic parameter, can also be added to the methodology. Once the lands are prioritized, the mine action organization can start the technical survey, which means they can start assessing if there is a presence of an exploded ordnance. Once the unexploded ordnance are removed, cleared, I guess you already understood that this is only the beginning of our support to the farming community, since we will need to start assessing the soils in terms of soil contamination. So methodology to prioritize mine action to make the land safe in terms of mines and unexploded ordnance. And after this, a specific and tailored approach to support the rehabilitation of the soil itself and to support the farmers. So very quickly, maybe about the parameters. The use of satellite-based imagery allows us to assess the bomb turbated areas, the number of craters, the scope of the explosion and of the potential contamination. You already understand, because you are an expert, that this remote sensing will have to be completed by and enriched by soil assessments. So the mapping will gradually integrate the soil assessment that are taken in field. Taking soil assessment in a minefield isn't an easy process, and the protocol, which we know as a specialist of production, has to be adapted to the security context. So it means that each soil sampling has to be accompanied by the mine action organizations, so that we ensure we are not taking risk when assessing the soil pollution. The mapping itself contains as well environmental parameters, as I mentioned, the watersheds, the leaching potential, etc. These are visuals of the mapping that we started to implement. The methodology that we are implementing in Kharkiv, which is a large oblast. We targeted certain key hromadas, which are here displayed on the map. So you see in red, we have the craters themselves. So if you see so we can assess also the harvested areas. There are areas that are not harvested and where cultivation stopped due to the presence of mines. These parameters will have to be taken into account to understand where there is a risk of contamination related to the presence of bomb turbation, and where we can accompany the farmers so that they do not invest in vain, or so that they can isolate, for instance, the part of their plot that indeed might be contaminated. So as you see, in yellow, you have the compaction that is related to the movement of military vehicles. In red, you have the craters. The parcels that are red are the parcels that have not been cultivated this year, and the parcels in green have been cultivated. So it means that certain parcels, as you see, might be hosting certain heavy metals, but we don't want to be alarmist, and it's also possible, depending on the weapons that are used, it's also widely possible that indeed there is no risk for consumption. We know that depending on the weapon that are used, the contamination of soil varies tremendously. So we can have, if we take the example of incendiary bombs, incendiary bombs are releasing metals that are less of a concern for food safety than other kind of weapon that can release cadmium, for instance. I wanted to share with you one example that was taken a few weeks ago by our partner, the Ukrainian Researcher Society, in a region that is nearby Kiev. As you may see, here we are in the presence of this sample is taken from a crater that was created by an aerial bomb. As you will see, cadmium is not present compared to other analyses that we've seen in the Kharkiv region, for instance. And the concern here is on other component such as aluminum or iron, which most probably, source is most probably thermite that is used in such weapons. So the answer of FAO to this kind of scenario will not be the same as a scenario when we have, for instance, lead and cadmium concentrated around the crater. What we can do once the soils are assessed and once the mapping, and after the mapping provided the information that allows us to target the lands that are the most in need of support. There are different technical answers, and there will be no silver bullet. We can speak of remediation, phytoremediation, but phytoremediation in certain cases will never be enough. We can, if speaking about remediation, we can speak about immobilizing the toxicity of the contaminant that will be found, for instance, establishing buffer zones around craters so that we isolate the part that is contaminated from the rest of the parcel. There will be an infinite number of case scenarios to which we will have to adapt. And what we want to refrain from is alarmistic message on one side, because indeed this contamination, if the contamination is understood, assessed, it can be better controlled. And the support of FAO to the reputation and to the food and to the sanitary reputation of the production of Ukraine can be extremely strong. We want to avoid alarmistic message. We also want to avoid farmers to consider that once the land is cleared from unexploded ordnance that are direct threats for their lives, it is totally safe for production itself. We want to avoid farmers to invest in lands that needs indeed an adapted crop system for a sustainable return to production. We need to find also solutions. We cannot only warn farmers, we have to find solutions for them. And part of the solution can be adapted varieties. I'm glad we will discuss cadmium today, because I guess cadmium and lead will be the most difficult cases we might find in the future in this region. As far as wheat and cadmium are concerned, for instance, we know from certain researches in France that adaptation of variety can be a tool. Adaptation of the fertilization pattern can also be another tool due to the antagonism between zinc and cadmium. And we really hope that we will have the opportunity and that levels of contamination will be at levels that allow us to bring and to provide these technical answers and solutions for the farmers. I think we'll also be looking forward examples of remediation. And more specifically, not exactly phytoextraction, but more remediation examples that tend to limit the bioavailability of the contaminants. And this will be extremely interesting for us. I know that in the audience, there are also representatives of the Soil Institute of Kharkiv. I know that they've been working a lot on this matter, and that they might also have examples of cadmium contamination in the region. So in case a representative of the Institute of Soil Science of Kharkiv wants to share their findings, it would be a great complement to the example that we've shown. We will be available to answer questions, and I hope the presentation was quite clear. Unfortunately, we are not getting much sleep in Kiev those days due to the night bombing, but if anything is unclear, please address. Thanks a lot, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Tiffany, for this presentation and the work you are doing there. I don't see any question for the moment, but actually we are a bit behind the schedule. Sorry, I was looking at another agenda, so I was confused with the time. Thank you very much. Actually, I think this is a priority for the network, and I'm sure on the third day, we will include these activities and the support that the network can provide to these and other projects, and what we can do to support these activities. Thank you very much, Tiffany.
Natalia,
yes,
just before we go, Tiffany, once again, thank you very much. Very important topic about water pollution. We have very interesting question from Gigeron Oluput. He sent a private message to me, but I'm not sure, Gigeron, if you want to step in and ask your question yourself by raising your hand, we can unmute you. Otherwise, I can address that question to Tiffany. Okay, we have Zhirigon hand raised. Natalia? Yes, thank you. Zhirigon, the floor is yours.
Hello, please.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
This is Zhirigon here in Uganda. I would like to thank the presenter for a wonderful presentation. All that I had known about Ukraine was the nuclear disaster of 1986, which I teach soil and water pollution, and I normally make a reference to it. I had not known that we are so linked until the war broke out, that much of the wheat that actually comes to my country, Uganda, and East Africa comes from Ukraine. And now from this presentation, I'm worried on which soils is our food, the wheat that we consume, grown. How safe are these? Given bearing in mind the secrecy that normally is associated with military operations, there's tight security where the disposal sites are. Almost nobody is allowed to gain access. Researchers, the public they're out of reach. How are you able to, or how do you hope to gain access to this? Is it a different case in Ukraine? And if so, what makes it possible to access those sites? Because elsewhere, they are not readily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. So the question is, how do we access the sites themselves? Well, we have field offices in all regions of Ukraine. So we are going on field. I'm going tomorrow. We are going on field and we assess with farmers the lands themselves. So there is access because these specific parcels have been deoccupied by the Ukrainian army. So that's why it's under the control of the Ukrainian government, and we have a full but restricted by the security consideration access. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Yeah, I think I understand also the concern about the quality of the food, but as you said, you are also putting a lot of attention on verifying the quality and try to avoid reputational problems on the quality of the food.
Yes, and so does the government. So it's something that is rather under control in Ukraine, and it's mainly to avoid that the investment would be made in vain by the farmer. That we would like to work from the beginning of the production cycle.
Great. Thank you so much for this clarification. So now we move to the next presentation. The next speaker is Ms. Vinisa Sainer Santillan, also from the Global Soil Partnership Secretariat. She is the facilitator of the International Network on Fertilizer Analysis, and she's here today to explain us the working group or the joint working group that has been established between INSOP and INFA to address cadmium content in fertilizers and the potential pollution from that source. So Vinisa, thank you for being with us today. And you have the floor now. You can start sharing your presentation.
Thank you, Natalia. I will share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The sharing has stopped, so try again.
Okay, thank you, Sergejus and Natalia, for the invitation to this very interesting meeting. Today, I would like to share with you some information about the cadmium content in fertilizers and the impacts on soil and human and crop health, but also share with you some information about the joint work that INSOP and INFA are conducting together. So as you all probably know, since last year, we are facing a global fertilizer crisis. The prices have increased, and it is expected that the situation maintains like this for at least another year. And this crisis has taken place because of different factors that have contributed to it. Here I have some examples. First, the uneven distribution of the nutrient stock. As an example of this, about 90% of the phosphorus reserves of the world are concentrated in only 5 countries, leaving the other countries in a vulnerable situation when they have to import practically all the sources of fertilizers. Then we have the social factors, and my colleague previously has give you a very general and very good scenario on this and how the global crisis and the war has affected in fertilizer crisis is not a fertilizer supply and production is not an exception. And then we have these supply shortages that are triggering prices hikes and putting farmers at risk. And finally, these higher prices are leading to soil nutrient crisis. But today I would like to focus more on one specific type of fertilizer, which is phosphorus fertilizer. It is important because approximately 50% of the world agricultural lands are low in phosphorus. Where does phosphorus come from? We are mining phosphorus from the terrestrial deposits and the geological deposits. We have been digging a lot of phosphorus for the past 50 years, and phosphorus is a mineral, non-renewable natural resource. On top of this, as I mentioned, phosphorus reserves are concentrated in very few places, and there is no known replacement. So unlike phosphorus or carbon, for example, that can be pulled out from the atmosphere, in the case of phosphorus, this is not possible. And then we are also wasting phosphorus. So we are wasting food, and when we waste food, then we also lose all the nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, micronutrients, water, and crop inputs that have been used to produce this food. But then where does cadmium come from, and how is it related to phosphorus fertilizers? Well, cadmium is found in nature normally in very low amounts. It can be found in soils. It comes from the atmosphere, so it deposits in terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem by atmospheric deposition. It can also come after forest fires. It comes from volcanic eruptions, but then there are some sources that are anthropogenic, like air pollution. Also, this element comes in manure and compost. It comes mainly in mineral fertilizers, land application of sewage sludge. After soil erosion, cadmium also moves to other places, and we have significant sources from other types of contamination. But we have very frequently heard that we need to be aware of the overuse, misuse, and underuse of fertilizer. But then it is not only, in the case of phosphorus fertilizer, it's very important, and other fertilizers, not just phosphorus, but it's important to also pay attention not just to what we put and the rate or when we apply fertilizers or how we apply fertilizers, but quality and safety is also very important in the case of phosphorus. Why? Because it can contain cadmium, and cadmium, when fertilizers, especially mineral fertilizers, are enriched with this element, then it can be a very dangerous agent for human and crop health, but it can cause a cancer and other very difficult to revert diseases. So why do fertilizers contain cadmium? Sorry. I'm so sorry. So why do fertilizers contain cadmium? Well, as I said, cadmium occurs naturally in phosphate rocks, but then some rocks are more enriched in this element than others. So in this case, igneous rock or apatite rocks have low concentrations of cadmium. On the contrary, sedimentary rocks can contain up to 200 milligrams of cadmium. And the problem is that sedimentary rocks account for up to 90% of the production of the phosphorus fertilizers. So this is a problem. And during the manufacture of phosphorus fertilizers, these impurities or this cadmium is incorporated in the final product. So as you can see here, the cadmium content in igneous rock is by far less if we compare it with sedimentary rocks. So this is very well documented, and there are a lot of evidence of this. And then what is the effect, or what is the importance of evaluating cadmium content in fertilizers? It is important because cadmium, once it is in fertilizer, can move through the food chain to the soils, then to the crops, to the animals, and finally to humans, causing severe and very difficult and expensive to revert diseases like cancer and problems with thyroid and lungs and kidneys. So it is very important to better know the sources of cadmium and address this problem by analyzing the content of cadmium, not only fertilizers, but also in soils, of course. But then there are different methods for doing this. We have different sources of this element in manure, in compost, in mineral fertilizers, but also in soils. Then we have different fractions that we can extract in order to determine the concentration of cadmium in these matrices. We can have total concentration or available fraction. Then we have different extraction methods. We have open system, closed systems, and we have finally different equipments that can be used for the determination of this element in different matrices. So, and also sampling and sample preparation plays an important role in all of this. So the accuracy of the obtained result, it is strongly related with a laboratory decision to choose different methodologies. So the question is, what is the most suitable method for the determination of cadmium and other heavy metals? And then the different methods for recovering the metals from the fertilizers and soils produce highly variable results from the same sample. So comparisons are sometimes difficult in these cases. So that is why INFA and INSOP have joint efforts to work toward a more safe and more sustainable use of fertilizer, avoiding the contamination and health problems that I mentioned. So, by the way, INFA is another of the technical networks of the Global Soil Partnership, is the International Network on Fertilizer Analysis. So, in the past months, we have been having meetings. In February 28th of this year, we had the first INFA and INSOP meeting with participation of laboratories all over the world from INSOP and INFA. And during this meeting, we proposed different areas of collaboration. First, it was necessary to identify the main fertilizer sources that we would be using or considering to be analyzed, and also identify the most frequently used methods for the determination of heavy metals in soils and fertilizers. Then we need to optimize and harmonize the methodologies that are being used in the different laboratories for the determination of heavy metals in soils and fertilizers. And finally, raising awareness is important in order to put on the position in the global agenda the problems of health and the problems on the environment and the impacts that this type of fertilizers are causing. Then we had a second INSOP-INFA meeting for the quality assessment of fertilizer in the past 1st June. With almost 300 participants, very high participation from Africa and Asia, but we have representation of the laboratories of different areas of the world. But in this meeting, we had the participation of INSOP, INFA, but also from Glossoland, because we want to work on this not only for fertilizers, but also for soils. So the first activity, and prior to this second meeting, we sent this template to the laboratories of INFA, INSOP, and Glossoland, and 69 laboratories from 49 countries have completed this template for the collation of information of the practices, the equipment, the reagents that laboratories are currently used for the determination of cadmium content in soils and fertilizers. So the different laboratories sent this information, and that allowed us to have a very good idea of what laboratories are using and for the determination of cadmium content. So I would like to share with you some interesting information that we have retrieved from this information that laboratories have sent. Most laboratories are analyzing soils and fertilizers, not only fertilizers, but not only soils. So that is why the three networks, Glossoland, INFA, and INSOP, agreed to develop and harmonize standard operational protocols on the determination of cadmium content in fertilizers and soils. Then laboratories are analyzing not only inorganic, but also organic fertilizers. But then we agreed that we would start with three sources of fertilizer, multi-nutrient fertilizers, NPK, triple superphosphate, and rock phosphate fertilizers. And then we have different methods of extraction, but then most of the laboratories are using some form of digestion, open or a closed digestion. So the networks have agreed to consider these different forms of digestion, open and closed digestion, in order to extract the fraction of interest for the determination of cadmium content. And finally, the different networks are using different equipments for the determination of the cadmium concentration in these extractions fractions. So they are using AAS and they are using ICP and other methods, but because most of the networks are using atomic absorption spectroscopy and ICP, then they agreed to, at least for now, consider these two equipments for starting the harmonization process. So very briefly, I would like to share with you the process for harmonization for all of you that are not very familiar with this process. First, we have selected the method to harmonize. This is cadmium content for now. Then we need, we sent the laboratories this Excel sheet to collate all the information and practices that laboratories are using. Then the data sheets have been distributed among the three networks, and the three networks have sent the information. Then we have the harmonization into a centralized database, because this is what actually allow us to make the harmonization process and to visualize the different practices and equipment, reagents, and the methods in general that the networks are using. So now we are going from the harmonization process to the INSOP draft. But then this is a long way to go, and there is a lot of work to do for harmonization process before we go into the INSOP draft development and review to finally have a publication of this SOP. Why is this important? What are the advantages of the harmonization processes? We need to provide standardized and robust procedure for all laboratories to ensure that laboratories' results are comparable between them, and then improves fertilizer and soil analysis at global level, but also very important, enhance capacity building for developing nations that cannot afford ISO, for example, quality control methods or ISO protocols for the determination of heavy metal content. And so far, INSOP, INFA, and Glossoland have formed a team of 5 experts that have agreed to start the harmonization process. on cadmium content in soils. And so thank you for your attention, and thanks to all the participants of the 3 networks that have made this possible. So this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pini. Colleagues, any questions? I don't see any hands raised. Sergejus, do you have any question from the chat?
I have a comment. Give me a second. I'm everywhere this afternoon, just scrolling through the chat. Well, we have a very interesting comment from Claudia de Lima y Silva, who said that indeed cadmium pollution is a really big problem in Brazil. And Vanessa, she refers to the Federal University of Ouro Preto and University of Minas Gerais in Brazil, who have programs related to reducing contamination to soil derived, and not only from cadmium, but also from trace and heavy metals. So I think that's something that we need to consider and get in touch with the colleagues in Minas Gerais and the Ouro Preto University, because perhaps their knowledge and exchange opinions could help us to achieve our tasks. Thank you, Claudia, for this comment. I see Ravi, he has the hand. Ravi, please go ahead. Ravi, we can't hear you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Insha, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. Indeed, fertilizer phosphate is one source of cadmium, though present in low levels, and you can eat that soil, but bioaccumulation by crops is of concern. But then there are countries where cadmium is naturally present in soils, and I was in Norway, and there's soils, farming soils that with very high doses of cadmium, and indeed I was in Jamaica as well, where you sample soils that were rich in cadmium. So so what we have to look at is not just the cadmium that's coming from fertilizer sources, but also naturally occurring cadmium, because that's impacting the ability of farmers to grow crops, largely not just from crop yield perspective because of toxicity, but also from crop quality perspective. They're two different things. One, I think we can manage easily. The other is more challenging. So something we could discuss later as well.
Thank you, Ravi. And I see also a comment from Gideon that says what FAO and particularly what INFA can do to support developing countries, like they lack instruments for testing, and particularly for testing fertilizers, so they cannot know how to assess cadmium. They know how to assess the methodology, but they do not have access to the facilities and technologies. So, Vanessa, maybe you want to say something on what INFA is doing and the GSP is doing in this regard, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Natalia. That is a very good and fair question. So part of the, one of the most important midterm goals of this joint collaboration between INFA, INSOP, and Glossolab is precisely to harness the capacities of the 3 networks and possibly establishing partnerships between laboratories. So we understand that many of the laboratories will not have this type of equipment, but it's highly necessary in many countries. So it is in the plans of the 3 networks to establish this type of partnerships. Why? Because then the laboratories that have this equipment and the capacities that have developed then could help other laboratories. So we are starting working on this aspect, and this is something that we have very much in the radar. So by now we are more focused on the harmonization of the methodologies, but also in capacity development in the midterm. So we are just starting, but we have that very much present in the goals of the 3 networks.
Thank you very much, Vini. Jose, I will ask you if you don't mind to put the question on the chat, because I'm afraid we are quite late in the schedule, and I will kindly ask everyone to stay with us for another 20 minutes. So Jose, if you don't mind, please put your question on the QAR and we will address it. Vinisa will stay with us until the end so we can keep the discussion. Thank you very much, Vini. I would like now to pass to our last speaker of the day, Mr. Sasha Hart. He is representing Nicole Network from Latin America and the ECOS network. So he will now tell us a bit more of the work of these two networks in Latin America. And he will be briefing us on the joint project that we have had in Trinidad and Tobago for assessing soil pollution risk in agricultural systems and particularly in cocoa plantations. So Sasha, I think you are here with us.
Yes, many thanks. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can, but I think we are seeing someone else's screen. Okay, Sasha, can you please share your screen now?
Should be entering now.
Yes, perfect.
Great. So many thanks for the invitation and for your attention. So as mentioned, this is a project which was done in partnership with ECOS from Brazil, an NGO, Nicole, Latin America, and Nicole Europe, which are both networks for soil and water management, focused on contaminated land, involving people from the industry, consultancies, and universities, including myself from the University of São Paulo. So this project has the main objective of contributing to implement actions of the Agenda GSP 18, and it's focusing specifically on cadmium in cocoa, mainly because of the EU regulation 488 of 2014, which since 2019 has put into force maximum levels of cadmium in chocolate, up to a concentration of 0.8 milligram per kilos, and that is impacted the exports of several countries. More specifically, we have four specific objectives for the initial step of the project. The first was to identify, review different researches which have been done or are ongoing. And more specifically, we're very interested on the watershed to soil scale, which is not so often the approach. We're not so much looking more into the genetics of the plants or the final products. We want to understand what's coming before that. The second specific objective was to perform interviews and learn very much from the local context. And two regions were selected for this: the eastern lowlands from Trinidad and Tobago, and also the state of Manabí in Ecuador. The latest had its fieldwork suspended due to safety and logistical issues. So this presentation will actually be focusing more on the results for Trinidad and Tobago, nevertheless, also because of time constraints. We've moved ahead developing watershed scale conceptual models for both areas based on a risk assessment approach. And by last, we were able to draw conclusions and recommendations about solutions and also for the next steps. So let's look at some of the research which has been produced for Trinidad and Tobago. We're seeing here the map of the island of Tobago, Trinidad, and we are seeing here on the left top corner a geological map, which mainly I just want to show the complexity, different colors, showing the different types of several different types of rocks we have, and highlight on the top northeast region, we have this green color indicating one of the only regions where we have igneous rocks. On the bottom left side, we are seeing concentrations of cadmium in the soil, for sampling which took place in 2016. And I'm highlighting here the 3 regions which presented the highest concentrations. On the right top box, we are seeing the concentrations which were identified in the cocoa beans. And here I'm highlighting in red the northeast region, which is the only one which presented concentrations well above the maximum level I mentioned before, with 0.8 milligram per kilo. While the other 2 regions, which presented abnormal concentration of cadmium soil, we've got far lower concentrations. One of the explanation for that is the pH results, which correlate here the more acidic conditions in the northeast region in the soils are also where we're seeing the highest concentration of cadmium soil. While in the other 2 regions, despite having the cadmium soil, we have far less acidic conditions, and that can be explanation why they're not appearing in the cadmium beans, as they might be less bioavailable. There are also some results related to fertilizers in Trinidad and Tobago, suggesting, as presented by Veneza, some of the fertilizers presenting cadmium at significantly high concentrations. And there's limited regulations in the country about these imports. And also on manure, which we have less data, and we also know could also be impacting on, for example, the pH conditions, so indirectly contributing to the bioavailability of cadmium. We are not able to identify much results for water or groundwater in the country. There are some available, and also some for sediments in rivers. So I'm bringing here these results from Amtahar, which are indicating the concentrations which were identified throughout the Manukau River in different locations. And we've got here 5, and the nearer number 5 is where we saw more flooding occurring. So different conditions related to flooding, also different distance, and also different depths. And clearly we see the highest concentrations were identified in the region that had presented most flooding, and also near the riverbank, and also at the shallow level. So a very interesting result. The author is suggesting that more studies are required, which we agree, to further move ahead with these conclusions. We see here in a map for Trinidad, where there are more flooding occurring in dark blue, and also the indication of quarries and mining activities, which might also be impacting the quality of the water and the sediments, something also to be further assessed. Regarding air quality, Babalau did her thesis and came to some very interesting conclusions. Cadmium was found at abnormal concentrations in rural sites and with fine particles, which is an indication that it might not be related to natural erosion sources. And over 2 years, the concentrations were monitored, and the months which indicate higher concentrations, March to May, overlap with a well-known system of dust influx coming from the Sahara. This is a system which is well known to export possibly billions of tons of eroded minerals from the Sahara to the Caribbean and the Americas. It's also well known that this is a source for nutrients and other cofactors. And also there are data suggesting that cadmium is enriched in this. Once again, further data and understanding is probably can be very welcome here for us to understand the impact of this. And by last, I bring here example of a recent study using isotopic analysis from December 2022. And the results of this very interesting study, they ate that the cadmium, the branches, far more available for transfer to the nibs compared, for example, from what is coming from the leaves. So indicating potentials and on their significance as well. The largest fraction of the cadmium was identified in the branch, so highlighting the importance of the branches. So I brought some examples of, I think, very important researches which are indicating the complexity of these settings. And once again, you understand that further data would also be very welcome, confirm these very interesting results, but also further detail the spatial distribution of the cadmium and also over time. So we not only have a picture, but we also have a film and we can understand the tendencies of what's going to be happening also over time. So moving ahead, once again, we've conducted interviews and tried to further understand and learn from the local context. And here I bring some examples of institutions we're in contact with. In the middle, we see Professor Path, who received us and helped us very much in Trinidad, and some examples of the institutions which we've been talking to. We visited the farms, interviewed the owners. Interesting that we were speaking mainly to older people, less young people being involved in this practice. And want to highlight here also on the right top picture, we can see a very good example of how these farms look like. These are farms which present very, very high biodiversity, and many times different crops are being produced together. During our field work, it was quite frustrating to hear about not only the harvest was limited, not only this year, but on the previous year. Fungus and other problems like parrots competing for the food were impacting the harvest, and probably very much related to the rain patterns which have changed over this time, possibly related to climate change. It's raining a lot more over these years, so the high humidity, that's contributing for these issues. And by last, once again, we were very much interested in understanding about the sources of cadmium and also the process involved. So here we see on the left top picture example of effluent coming from chicken farms. We could smell and visually see some possible impacts to the water systems. And the cocoa plantations, they traditionally have been set up in lower lands or areas near to rivers or where dikes were also digged, which meant that irrigation is very rare and not required, apart from the smaller plants we see here depicted in the middle. And on the right top photo, we're seeing here an example of how the floor looks like despite the humidity. We're seeing here both the branches and the leaves on the ground, but they're becoming oxidized very quickly. So there's potentially probably not much carbon fixation, and the leaves are being degraded. So fertility is an issue as well. And we see here on the figure, on the photo on the left bottom part, a pile of bags with manure, which is very much used. Some chemicals, possibly not much, but related especially to the season where there's been occurrence a lot of abnormal fungus. And on the two photos on the right bottom side, we're seeing here rock outcrops, where we can see the different colors and different structures, indicating the heterogeneity and different types of rocks and minerals which exist in these soils. So once again, potential source also. So we brought together different pieces of information to create our initial conceptual model for the cadmium cocoa. Now we're seeing the one focus for the western lower lands in Trinidad and Tobago. And once again, we're looking here to further understand the watershed level and bring in a risk approach, looking for the basic risk elements which we need to further understand if risk is present, which are basically if we have the sources, pathways and process, and the receptors. So we're seeing here in this figure on the left side some of the sources with the outlined, some of them not so well confirmed, the atmospheric positions related to anthropogenic activities, some industries potentially might be contributing, and waste disposal, the manure and pesticides. The fertilizers, once again, we saw some data and data related to atmospheric dispositions coming from geogenic sources, such as the Sahara dust. And also related to the rocks, we're seeing here more in the middle at the bottom, which are all contributing for the soil, the surface water, groundwater, and cocoa quality, which can be considered both sources and receptors of cadmium. That's something we consider very important, and in some cases there are also limits in some countries for these different types of receptors. And moving forward, though, from all of those three, towards the fauna, farmers, and the final consumers being very important receptors as well. So moving ahead already to the conclusions. To start with, we understand that these two regions, they can be classified as what we call complex areas because of the different types of challenges which are involved, both technical and non-technical types. And typically that suggests that we will need long-term solutions and is recommended to have a more adaptive management strategy, bringing intermediate objectives, intensive monitoring, and once again, looking for further understanding conceptual model and bring updates as there comes. And the second key, discussing with different stakeholders we were in contact with, this watershed scale initial steps were considered very much useful to move ahead with more clear and holistic understanding of the pollution situation. And also for us to produce some recommendations and propose next steps for the project, which is what we're going to see now. So in terms of recommendations, in terms of solutions, once again, focusing on the watershed scale, we've identified 10 different options. The first, once again, is to further understand and better manage surface and groundwater resources, and then also issues related to air emissions, both geogenic and anthropogenic, issues related to flooding, and also manage the occupation of these areas, fertilizers, manure, we've talked a lot about. The bioavailability of cadmium is certainly something also which can be further understood and also integrated and to change, for example, using different types of amendments. We understand nature-based solutions are also going to be very welcome here, and also further understanding the importance and managing the leaves and wood which is left in the ground. Some cases might be interesting to think about replacing the cocoa trees either for other crops or different species. And by last, we understand that there's a good opportunity to combine this approach with other related programs. We can have a more win-win situation also as we develop the solutions. So moving ahead to the recommended next steps for the project, we understand that it would be very important to carry on the project, and that can very much help to assess, prevent, and minimize this soil pollution issue. And for that, identify 5 different steps. So the first, once again, is to implement the solutions, bring in very much standardized methodologies so we can create new data, and once again combine them with different programs such as climate change, carbon sequestration, biodiversity, standardizing lab methodologies. Second, once again, is to update the watershed conceptual models based on this risk approach, and evaluate also to expand the project to other areas in Latin America and potentially also other geographies. Certainly taking care with differences which exist in different regions, but also evaluate also expanding to other types of crops and metals. Fourth, we understand it's very important, this type of effort, and moving ahead with stimulating knowledge exchange in between the different stakeholders, and also making sure that the results and the outcomes reach the decision makers. And by last, we understand it's also going to be very important to develop action plans, roadmaps, in addition to the guidelines, so we can foster more action about this cadmium cocoa situation, for the current, but also very much for the future situation. So that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. It has been a very interesting presentation and also a very in-depth analysis of the situation in Trinidad and Tobago. Actually, this project was very useful to identify the kind of data we need to do this risk assessment and to be able to replicate or to have a model, a kind of checklist that we can apply in other countries and regions, as you mentioned. Thank you very much for all the work done. It has been impressive. And I would like to mention that we are about to publish the report of this first phase, and we are also designing the activities of the second phase of the project to go in depth in the project or this pilot project. I don't see any particular question for this. Sergejus, please help me if you see.
Only compliments to Sasha and the valuable work that the team has been doing over the last year. I have one question here in the chat to Sasha. What kind of cadmium did you measure? Total or bioavailable? I think was already mentioned in the presentation, but Sasha, please feel free to put your comments.
Thank you. We were not actually taking the samples during this phase of the project. We were looking at research we've done, which include options, and we're certainly looking into that, and we understand it's a very important issue, and it can draw different conclusions, certainly, depending on how we use the data. So we need this more holistic approach to understand more specifically which cadmium is reaching the nibs. So once again, I would like to highlight also the isotopic results, which also help us to further understand more specifically which type of cadmium is really reaching the nibs and where it's coming from.
Thank you very much, Sasha. I see Ravi has his hands raised. Please, Ravi. So you are mute now.
Thanks very much, Sasha, for a very interesting presentation. Very good piece of work as well. A couple of questions. One is cadmium is naturally occurring, and just from the range in pH values and also total cadmium content of soils, do you have any information on the two?
So I'm not sure I understood. Ravi, could you repeat, please?
The pH of soils, what's the range in pH of soils? And also
From the
cadmium,
country.
just the cocoa soil that you have been working on, what you presented to us today, and also the total cadmium content of these soils. Any idea? I know that you haven't measured that, but you would have some idea about that.
Fine. Yeah, very interesting question. The data is certainly is showing a high diversity, both on pH and cadmium. In general terms, we are seeing pH in some cases near 5 and also more neutral conditions. And there are limits there on pH which trigger certainly the increase of bioavailability. I can pass you the data and also more specifics on which are these values. But on cadmium, as mentioned for Trinidad, we were seeing those different colors indicating different concentration range, but the limit of 0.8 milligram per kilo, which is the one which was set up by the EU regulation, is only exceeded in a very small portion of these regions, mainly in that northeast corner, where we have values near 3 milligrams per kilo as a maximum. So that's only one region where actually one export has issues.
It'll be interesting to go ahead. Sorry, I jumped in.
Sorry,
you go
please.
ahead. You go ahead first.
Thank you. So in general, the concentrations cadmium, total cadmium, in the nibs are below this this value, maximum value. But then once again, we are talking about, let's say, a picture. So it's very interesting that we have this understanding how things actually were in 2016. But I think it's going to be very important that once again we move from a picture to a film, so we can understand also these years. What happened with the concentrations? Are they increasing? Are they decreasing? So some questions, important questions that we still also, I understand, we have to move ahead with collecting data to further understand and take the adequate actions.
Thanks very much, Sasha, because managing cadmium, naturally occurring cadmium, is more challenging than managing cadmium that's derived from phosphate fertilizer. For example, wheat farms or barley farms or rice farms. Here we're looking at very well-established plants, and they're probably deep rooting as well. So I keep asking this question: how on earth can we manage cadmium, which is high in consideration, deep rooting plants as well? So I'd be happy to connect with you and see how INSOP could work with you on this front as well.
Many thanks. Many thanks. I fully agree. And then once you have different types of species of cocoa species, this region is where and Caribbean we're seeing, and some parts of America we're seeing some of the best chocolate products, fine products coming out. And that's also because of different species, and the different species also can have different characteristics and also different genetics. So Professor Path from Trinidad, for example, he's got very interesting also results on which are the species which can bioaccumulate more cadmium. So very interesting research, I think, being done, and space certainly for further partnerships and us moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha and Ravi, for your question. Yeah, actually is what we are looking now, because in many countries in Latin America where we are implementing different projects, the source is geogenic. So we need to look into practices that can reduce the bioavailability or to immobilize the heavy metals in the soil and avoid the entrance into the food chain. So I think this will be the second phase of the project, to test some of those practices of the varieties that will reduce or will uptake less heavy metals and will reduce the concentration. Well, thank you very much. I think it has been a very interesting session, and that's why, even though we are a bit late, we still have a very good audience. Thank you very much to all the speakers for today's presentation. Thank you very much for all the participants for being here. We will close now the session for today. I just want to remind you that tomorrow we will continue. We will have very interesting presentations from other partners. As you know, INSOP is a network of networks. So we will listen other people coming from other networks, other sectors that will present what they are doing, also to trigger some thoughts and some activities that INSOP can take next year. We are seeing now the guest speakers for tomorrow that my colleague Sergejus is putting on the screen. So thank you again for being with us today. I hope to see you again, all of you, tomorrow and the day after, because we still have quite some work to do to achieve our common goal. Sergejus, you want to say some last words? Otherwise, we close it here.
Well, you just mentioned, so thank you very much, Natalia, for helping moderating us this session. Indeed, it was very interesting. And I'm looking forward for tomorrow's session, because tomorrow will be a very interesting, exciting session with all those guest speakers that I've just shown you. And please feel free to share this invite with your colleagues who are interested to reduce soil pollution globally, because, as I said, without you, it's not possible. Thank you very much. And we're looking forward to see you all tomorrow and even more. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sergejus, and same from me. And my apologies again that I was a few minutes late. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Have a nice afternoon, evening, or day, depending on where you are. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Sergejus, are you there?
I am, yes. Do you want to?
Yes, just a quick one after. Yeah.
I will give you a call after this meeting.
Yes,
Is that okay?
That'll be great.
Close the
Thanks.
meeting now. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yeah.